52 weeks, wow.
dear. Meanwhile, at SpaceX,
Come in. Do you copy?
when there's nowhere else to put your franchise, where do you take it? You send it to space.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by
The Dark Age of the Law.
space.
Queen Pib, in stereo where available. And where not available, it's not in stereo. There's nothing we can do about that, so don't blame us. We have no control over it. Call your internet service provider if there's some sort of a problem, or the local Twitch server. But if they're not giving you stereo and you want stereo, that's your problem, not ours. Don't bug us. Complain to your congressman or Newt Gingrich, like I'm sure he'd care. Ha! But we don't want to get any letters. Understand? Good. Welcome to Queen Pib on Twitch.
For your time is well wasted. Here we play the games of the 80s, the games of the 90s, the games of the aughts, and occasionally the games of the beyond. And now, your host, who totally isn't doing their own intro, Patricia Inga Bogart.
So it's finally come to this. Ace Attorney is doing a space case. Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is. Welcome to the show. Hope you're having a good day so far. Hang on, Hambot. We need to adjust that one timer. I don't know if you wrote it in properly here. Let me see. Did you get that in there right or not? Because I don't think you did. Let's see. Maybe the part where the periods at the end has to be removed. Let's see. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Hey, Hambot, you want to try that command one more time here? Just out of curiosity, does that make it work better? There it goes. You may be perplexed about that command. We'll tell you about it shortly here. But all right, let's start from the top and make it drop. See what we got here bright and early on a Thursday. I ain't even done anything yet. Rachology wants to flap. I suppose I could make that happen. 3, 2, 1. Very refreshing. And of course, here in July in Sea Caucus, we're going to need this shit. It is not exactly chilly out there. It is not. Also, doesn't everyone find it remarkable how awesome it is that I'm clearly wearing a bra this evening? I just feel like every so often I'm gonna have to point that out for because the people who run this website outsource content moderation to a bunch of fucking morons. But we'll get to that in a second here. Let's see what we got. We got Lightling, Chef, Crazy Two Shades, Ravaging Marvel. Welcome on in. And Taco Bell for supper. Expect belching. Hello, Midnight Wolf, Blue Dragon, Stormy, Waffles, welcome on. And Mike from Canmore, thank you for the 52-month resub, welcome back. Hello, Rio, King Monster, Chef, Cupcake the Fox, Kami Mommy, Henlo, welcome on in. Hello, Zodiacos as well, Golden Loki, Very Pink Penguin, V4, welcome on in. Hey, Gimmick Puppet as well, how you doing? You had your wisdom teeth out, oof. I remember having that done, it was interesting. That was partially lucid during some of it. I was like, yeah, I think my teeth just cracked, but I'm so zooted, I don't care. It was an experience. Rachology, of course, welcome on in. I see Celeste as well. How you doing? Yeah, Twitch policing fembot. It's more likely to think, yeah, we'll get to that. Hey, Thief, an individual Dallas Corgi, Kitsune Koji as well. Welcome on in. There, I think we're all caught up. So I won't prattle on about this too much this evening because I do have a lot of show I want to get to and I don't want to spend too much time in the weeds. You may be wondering why there's an emote over on that side of your screen and one over on that side of the screen. About 3 hours ago, I get 15 emails from Twitch telling me that 15 of my emotes have been taken down. And I was like, okay, who at Trust and Safety rubbed one out to me now? Some of the emotes that were taken down, I will concede, they probably, I can't necessarily sit in a court of law and defend them. It is what it is. See, the funny thing is, like, half the ones taken down weren't even in service. Like, remember that little Top Gun inspired one we did of Pim Top and Pim Bottom? Pim Bottom wasn't live, it was taken down. Pim Top is apparently still appropriate. Me basically mouthing, yeah, oh yeah, you like that, don't you? Yeah, that one's apparently still kosher, but the one on the left was taken down for being too sexual. And the one on the right was also taken down for being too sexual. What sexual is going on with either of these emotes? See, I sat in this chair 3 years ago and screamed at Twitch for having a bunch of fucking idiots running Trust and Safety. I can't bring myself to get so upset about it this time around because to get upset would be to have faith in the people who run this website in the first place. Here's the deal. We got these kittens, right? They're kind of clawing the furniture, but they're kittens. They don't know any better. I can't exactly get too upset at them other than just say, please stop doing that. Meanwhile, Twitch, who's run by Dan Clancy, who apparently has a piss fetish, this website's been pissing itself for like the last 6 to 7 years. So can I really get that upset when it goes and pisses itself? I really can't get too bent out of shape. It's like, what did you expect? It's Twitch. It's gonna piss itself and police femme bodies every so often. He apparently was on someone's show like a year ago. He went on this weird tangent where he talked about peeing on other people. We've just assumed he's had a piss fetish ever since. And since he's also there's no head of Trust and Safety right now. He fired the person who was in charge of that department. So in theory, everyone in that department now direct reports to him. Now I can only assume, because Dan Clancy, CEO of Twitch, is the de facto person in charge of Trust and Safety, and he looked at this Kirby with 2 Sonic shoes in front of it, popped a chub and said it was too sexual. I have to conclude he has a foot fetish. Now, I'm not saying there's anything inherently wrong with having a foot fetish. It's not for me personally. I just feel like you shouldn't be projecting on that when against other people, you know? I really feel like that's unprofessional, you know? Because that's the only way you look at that thing and go, oh my god, this is too sexy. It's like Kirby. It's literally fucking Kirby. And in this one, apparently had the audacity to have boobs. You'll also notice Pim Dance is missing, Pin Booty is missing. You know, the 2 dancing emotes of mine you really liked. I was fully clothed, and hell, Dan Clancy wanted a selfie with me while I was wearing that outfit, so apparently he liked it at TwitchCon. He doesn't like it now for some reason. Oh, you know what it is? I'm the one that got away. He couldn't get a selfie with me, and he's been holding it out against me ever since. That's what it has to be. That's 1,000,000,000% what it has to be. So, we're exploring our options in terms of what to do in the meantime. I put that one on the left over on BTTV. The update they uploaded immediately. Some other websites need some approval. We're looking at other websites. We're looking at BTTV, FFC, and we're looking at 7TV as well. I know 7TV's got kind of a bad reputation, but they're a fallback because standards over there are lower. So they have them as an option as well. So we're doing what we can, but it is an ongoing important reason why I move so much of my fucking monetization off the website. Because why the hell should I be giving away 50% of my revenue? And why 50? Oh, I'll get to that. Why should I be giving them 50% of my revenue if they're gonna jerk me around so goddamn often? As you can see, all the fun stuff. down the little tippy jar there is off-site. I'm not saying anyone has to, throw anything in there right now. I'm just saying. That's why we do these things. So we're exploring our options. By the way, if you're also the sort of person who likes sitting when staring at your phone and watching me, but also not getting ads, we are going to be reviving the TikTok streams after we come back from the mini vacation at the end of the month. We used to run them off a laptop, and I'll be honest, the stream wasn't really that good. It was low quality. The laptop was shit. It could barely do it. The gaming PC we have down there has been configured with TikTok Studio, and it can indeed run the show we used to run on TikTok, but at higher quality and with less screw-ups. So, if you're the sort of person who wants an ad-free viewing, maybe that'll be an option for you next month. Was that the mystery soundbite from Chrono Trigger? No, Dania. That was L.A. Noire. See, one of the other things that I find perplexing is, someone must have reported my emails, which fine, it is what it is. I'm not going to be too upset about that. It's just, Twitch going along with it is like, I can't get upset at a troll. As a troll, it doesn't know what else to do. You follow me on TikTok? Why, thank you, Joey. So, here's the deal. One of the emotes that got taken down was PiBcast, my laughing emote. Now, the thing is, any of you who subbed to the channel, you're going to go on the little emote menu and say, but PiBcast is there, I don't understand it. Why do you say it's gone? They didn't remove the animated version. So, if those of you who don't stream, you may not know this, but you can also have a bench of emotes. You can swap them in and out. Ones that are the same names and so on and so forth. Like some of my animated emotes, I have versions that are just still emotes. And I had a still version of LOL. That one was taken down. The one that's not in service. The animated one is still alive. Even when Twitch is pissing itself, it makes no sense. PiBcast is still alive, the animated one. The still one was apparently too off for Twitch. The animated one is not. Again, this website makes no fucking sense whatsoever. What's the reason for that one? Sexual? Yeah, that was the reason. I don't understand. I mean, let me look at my own menu. Unless I've taken crazy pills. Yeah, it's still there. But they took the one that wasn't animated down. I don't get it. Like I said, this website is run by idiots. It's been outsourced to the bottom dollar, which means it's also being overseen by idiots. It fucking boggles the mind. So, again, I'd be upset, but in order to be upset, I'd have to, have some kind of an emotional investment. The people who run this website, and I don't. So, just like I said, to me, it's all worth it. To find out that Dan Clancy or someone underneath him at Trust and Safety is a goddamn cartoon foot fetish. Now we know. And knowing, as we say, is 9/10 possession. All right, we got a lot of show to get through tonight, but a couple other nights as well. So without any further ado, let's get going here. Wakey, wakey, Switch. All right. For anyone who might be new here, I am Queen Pib, Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and yet time on this channel, this fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-bootied channel is well-wasted. Welcome on in. I put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome H-word from my own hubris, and though these breasts, which are sitting inside of a bra, by the way, despite what the stars are telling you, are fake, the retro is real. That's the real Nintendo Switch. Look, you should have been here last night. We were playing Bionic Commando for the Nintendo. It looked really old-timey then. You really ought to have been here last night. We killed Hitler. It was wild. Anyway, we have been working on Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Dual Destinies for quite some time now. We are about to enter the fourth case of this game, the Cosmic Turnabout. As we say, when you're not sure what to do, when you're bankrupt of ideas, where do you take your franchise? You send it to space. Let's go! Oh, actually, hang on a minute here. Maybe if I just, no, you don't need to save that. Yes, I haven't saved my game. It's fine. Just start the whole thing proper. Stupid save must have taken place after the fact. Episodes. Yeah, give me, and that turnabout countdown. Give me, yeah, I need this one. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Exactly. Law and Order. Space. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think. Using the narrator thing. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. Oh shit, thank you for the tip, whoever that was. Damage Plushy, thank you. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Oh yeah, also on the emote front, they took down, you know, the Kirby-looking one. I also re-uploaded it, and it's pending review. So, still waiting for that, because I want them to look at that thing again and say, how dare you? But if I randomly get banned, that's why. Anyway, meanwhile, at SpaceX...
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Resume shitposting on Twitter.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay.
Is it now?
We're ready here whenever you are.
Are you sure everything's A-okay? Because this doesn't look okay to me!
Come in, Hat 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Hat 1 here, I do not copy. Why are we named after f***ing hats? Feels weird that we're dealing with what is a de facto case of terrorism on the Ace Attorney show here. Hey, MSK, welcome on in. Let me have a look at that tippy here. Damage Plushy, again, thank you for the tippy. Thank you. Twitch, stop fucking things up. They can't. Twitch just can't help it. The high altitude trial system, exactly. Also, I gotta fix my chair here. Give me just a second. I'm just gonna scoot this thing over here. Come on, I could have sworn I fixed this earlier today. All right. But yes, I also I'm attempting to re-upload the alternate lurk emo because I'm like, look at me with a straight face and tell me you popped the chub looking at this thing. Trust and safety. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but oh hi, what are you doing here? Are you all right, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Are you two dating or something? What's going on here? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Chords of Steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be doing just fine. Oh, I brought you a present for my garden. Is this a banana? Oh, it's a lotus fruit. That's right. My grandma says lotus roof is good. Lotus root, not lotus roofs, is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook in it.
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Oh my. Are you eating it whole?
Crunch. Kinda tough, though.
Hee, you can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Oops. Well, if she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I gotta calm down.
Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina.
Judy! I didn't know you were coming today.
Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing. The Tina, stop. Okay, how old is Apollo? Why is Apollo... whatever.
Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set?
Oh, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out?
Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard.
This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty.
This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Saul Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. Why he's wearing the suit right now, I'm assuming it's so he can pee during trial. You know, pee in the suit like the astronauts. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We'd ask about space travel and he'd launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero.
Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo?
Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder.
Yeah, his hair is a spaceship.
Thanks, but...
I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's a mood.
He's so depressed, it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock.
I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again.
Don't say that! Don't stop believing! Please don't sue us, Journey. Besides, you just have to go into space again.
Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Tarrant! I can't believe he was murdered! I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy. Always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh?
I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down.
Clay's gone, and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now.
Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine!
Ah! What is it? What's with the yelling?
I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence?
No.
Oh, well, about that, we didn't get to investigate the area as much as I'd like, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. I thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck.
Don't count yourself out yet.
I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going.
And what about you, Apollo?
What about me?
I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend?
Well, we need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go?
Apollo. Hey, trial's about to begin. The defense and police proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go.
This is it. This is one trial.
This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer.
We're already in a trial. We're starting off early, folks. We're already at trial. Would all rise for the Right Honorable Judge Dunlass.
We're here a little early, don't you think? Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Why is there a G-string hanging off your face?
Excuse me, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened to your eye?
I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Are you sure? I don't...
I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty.
I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Maybe he's got an STI in his eyeball or something. Whatever. Very well. In the prosecution. Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Hello?
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. What?
Oh, shit.
He's doing it already! Prosecution is now ready.
Shit, he's off the chain, literally. Well, it didn't take him long this time.
What's up with Blackwell?
Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence.
What, do you want to give it now? I'll do it. You will? What an unexpected surprise! This time, I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something's off with the two of you today. You want it? Whatever. I'll just file it in the back of my head.
Something is very wrong with the two of them.
You both seem different somehow.
Yeah, I agree.
Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. That famous federal research facility of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs? How dreadful! The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in.
Solomon Starbuck? I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut?
Correct your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hatch-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. Suppose you could say he's a living legend.
Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right?
Well, shit.
They even turned that incident into a movie and everything.
Mankind's hope for the future. I've got to make it back alive. The Hat-1 miracle. Come along on a captivating space thought as they will take your breath away. Oh boy.
We got a real-life space pioneer in court today. Oh, hell yeah.
But even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand.
Ah, yes. The victim was one Mr. Clayton Heron, subordinate of the defendant.
Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor.
Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death was the result of the bombing?
Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the villain was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so, he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see.
Clay. I think I've heard enough. Case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand.
That case.
What purpose does it serve exactly? Feel like I remember it from like the first trial in this game for some reason. Think there was a dead body in there or something?
Since you ask so nicely, it's your coffin.
Ah! Have mercy on me!
I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we've little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time.
Phew! I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life.
Does he even have 50 years left? Oh, but not with that attitude, he doesn't. Athena! Don't go going. I think this might be Judge's last Christmas.
Inner monologue, Athena! Inner monologue!
Enough jabbering.
Hey, how you doing? Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust.
Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this entrance to the court, if you would.
On it! First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center, huh? In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Ah, here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of the building, is other thing here too. Take a look at this cross-section that the police have created. See the launch pad in the main building?
The launch pad is the square building, and the rounded structure that looks like a bulb is the main building, right?
You got it. The incidents took place in Launch Pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Space Center diagram has been added to the court record. A cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and of Launch Pad 1. All right. Witness testimony. Hey, obvious. Well, the thing is like he's kind of doing. He's the detective role, and the detective, Dick Gumshoe with his voice. So I figured, what the hell, he can have it too. Anyway, the details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge, but after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. Ooh, okay.
Murder on top of a bombing? Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct?
Yep, thinking he sabotaged the bomb, then the defendant killed him right there in a rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. I guess.
Oh my, is that a knife from the victim's chest?
Yeah, Your Honor, it's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Your utility knife has been added to the court record. The victim's blood was found on its blade, but no fingerprints could be lifted.
By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph?
We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all.
Yes, I suppose they were difficult to identify without a face or fingerprints or whatever. Now, there's just one more thing I'd like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Is that goddamn baby from Death Stranding?
Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escapes the launch pad. Capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case.
Alright, whatever.
So, we know the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located?
That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I'd like to submit this diagram report into the record. Bombing report added. The explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building and the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. The trials just started and we're already in a bind.
You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing, that'll be the key.
So my guess is we're going to have to press on quite a few of Detective Fulbright's statements here. Let us proceed. Anyway, you said 2 bombs went off, huh?
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions?
Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down, but the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation.
Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright?
I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. Answer the question, Detective. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. Answer the question, Detective. I go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. Answer the question, Detective.
I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone.
Admirable decision, Justice Stono. Huh? What do you decide?
Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time?
The bomb cut the power to the central bank elevators in the 3rd floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup.
And how did the evacuation go?
I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter.
The basement shelter?
Yeah, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. Oh yeah, there it is. Fair enough. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation reports been added to the court record. The bombs went off despite tight security. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation instructions. Why were riot cops at the place to begin with? Curious.
The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct?
Yep, that's right. One on the second floor and one in launch pad 1. Go on.
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. That's what you're saying.
Huh? What are you talking about?
If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he'd get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Why not?
Fine, a simpleton for a simpleton. Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
Astrophobia? What the hell's that?
A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. He could have just run out of there screaming like he was Homer Simpson, you know?
That's absurd.
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. Bro, it's acetaminophen.
What are they?
These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears.
Oh. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he'd go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name now, could he? No, not after the media had branded him Sol Starbuck, space pioneer extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away from some base mutt.
What? So that's why you think he resorted to terrorism?
Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Now, I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. I gotta check something here. Every once in a while, I'm F5ing to see if Twitch put Pimblork back up, the Kirby-looking version. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in launch pad 1 at the time.
Hold it!
Go on.
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2.
Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in launch pad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device.
Biometrics, crap.
And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so.
Fingerprint recognition device sounds as futuristic and complex as the Space Center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with a fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. So it's a Resident Evil 2 situation.
I see. That is very different from what I had in mind.
What did you have in mind?
Is there a record of the number of people who passed through that door yesterday?
Yeah, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos.
And does that mean it's possible the director is the one who did it?
Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts.
Oh, okay.
Just realizing there's a hawk on his shoulder, yeah, he's got a pet with him. I love it for him.
He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Launchpad 1 door lock's been added to the court record. A biometric door operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. And the 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge.
Hold it!
So while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct?
You got it! In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing.
Is there any chance Mr. Terran could have been killed before he boarded the rocket?
They were both alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hopes and dreams of space. Except the parent of the defendant who we said don't like space.
And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed.
If I may continue my explanation, after evacuation order was given, the defendant managed to escape, carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, 1 of 2 was found and stabbed. I already see a glaring problem with this.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were 2 of them.
Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. One of them was a detective.
Where have I heard that name before? Yep, Detective Arms specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. Why was the detective who specializes in bombings already on site? They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim, along with the defendant.
2 witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one of those would have anything to say that would help me.
I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime.
What little I could get out of him only hurt my case.
Justice Donner, foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this.
What is it?
Looks like a Memorex DVD from the looks of things here.
Footage from a security camera as the 2 astronauts emerged from the bowels of Launch Pad 1 corridor. Oh. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim.
I see he's also carrying that canister for some reason.
What?
Aren't lifeless bodies like very heavy, especially ones wearing a spacesuit?
Order! Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Black Will would have something like this ready.
Security camera videos also added to the court record. Video showing the defendant and victim escaping from the corridor to the boarding lounge. Apollo, are we fucked? How exactly they determined that Clay was already gone in this footage?
I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Tarrant was still alive here and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence.
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed hothead in a jotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body.
What do you mean?
Fulbright, explain it to Justice Stono.
You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can at a lounge, after all. But doing it while they were alone in a spaceship? Oh, that's the horse of a different color.
Objection!
Why would he kill someone then leave the body where it could be found?
But you can't deny there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence.
And if you play the video backwards, he's putting the blood back into the body.
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based in your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic.
So is his! If he was gonna off the guy, why wouldn't he just leave him at the explosion?
But it sounded perfectly logical to me.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close.
Objections? Well,
Hold it!
I'll do it, asshole. Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. You've handed us a lot of evidence.
Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
what is it, Athena?
It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Oh, why, thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You're so nice to us. You fuck. Yes, thank you, asshole.
You have 5 seconds.
For 5 seconds?
After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your boldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Okay. Ready? Ready?
We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena.
I don't know, when I tell my partner to spit it out, that just makes it take even longer. I think you kind of gotta let her go on her own pace.
Only 3 more seconds.
Ack! But look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete.
Meaning?
Meaning there's something missing, like they conveniently left it unexplained.
Something they didn't explain? Something they didn't explain? Ah, you're right. I think I know what you're talking about.
Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you'd like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court.
Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain?
Why the body was fucking moved in the first place, you idiot?
They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge?
Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet.
That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical?
Yeah? Explain yourself.
The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong?
Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice.
The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Yak!
Fulbright, explain it for our sad friend here, for I nod on to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim.
Huh? They've gotta be joking.
It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security cameras so there'd be a record.
At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man.
Ah!
One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds.
That's actually lighter than me right now. The average person, can I quote you on that?
Saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story.
Annoying follow-up question. If my client bombed the rocket so he wouldn't have to go into space and then carried the victim back to the lounge to appear heroic, why the fuck did he stab him?
You see? Yet the true ending is all the traces of his hemiact were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion.
Objection!
The what now? What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence.
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, this would change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge.
Oh.
The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy.
What? Where have I heard this before?
On the second floor of the main building. One on the launch pad and one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Yeah!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me.
It's like he's reading my mind.
As it is still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that a peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch.
Ooh.
Hey, didn't that also go missing?
You found what?
I suspect the defendant had no time to destroy such damning evidence when the Space Center director and Directive Arm stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brains that he is.
No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that! Fuck off with that shit! Am I dead?
Justice Stono, open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions.
No! There has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth!
Still can't accept it? You'll believe in your client, come what may? And why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself?
This has gotta be a trap.
It's like Blackwell's controlling the entire game.
Yeah, it seemed like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue.
Why do you say that?
Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve, too. He was trying to shake my faith with Mr. Starbuck and break me down.
Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too? Totally underhanded. But I wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Now let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself. Famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck.
Oh dear. Well, what are you gonna do?
Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen?
Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony?
No.
Ah, so you're pleading the fifth. Excellent. It is almost Shut the Fuck Up Friday after all. You cannot be compelled to provide testimony in a court of law. Everything happening after this is making this case get automatically thrown out on appeal.
Well, unfortunately, no is not an option.
Yes, it is. He could plead the fifth.
You are being accused in a space center bombing and the murder of Clay Tarrant. Please testify to these allegations.
How about go fuck yourself, Judge? Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence.
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your shins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life.
Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore.
Wow, that was super negative. Is he gonna be all right up there?
He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't give up and say he did it, that is. Cue him immediately probably doing that.
All right, I didn't kill him.
All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him.
Yeah, this game takes place in the weird unincorporated region of Japanifornia.
So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim?
But I bet you think I'm lying, right?
I reserve all judgment till I've heard your full testimony, but I am known to be prejudiced.
I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that.
Who'd wear a suit like that except an astronaut? I don't know, furries?
I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite lived up to the fantasy.
I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up.
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates.
Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a second ago?
Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Mr. Starbuck's testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun shy now. It's time to find out the truth.
Mr. Starbuck, as much as I love to sit here and poke you with needles to the prosecution's delight, I have a little question for you. I got a little problem with your testimony. Little friggin' problem here. So let me get this straight. You supported Clay over. You took the elevator down to the middle level and headed to the corridor. Okay, for annoying follow-up question, how did you do that while the elevator was on fire?
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible.
Well, was I not being accurate?
No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down the middle level.
Oh, what makes you say that, Mr. Justice?
Please recall where the bomb went off in Launch Pad 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames.
Oh, you're right. Which means...
Exactly. The launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decidedly inconsistent with the facts. What's with the helmet?
Hey, Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my questions, Mr. Starbuck.
My helmet! My oxygen tank!
Party time.
Starfire, thank you very much for the 3 whole ass years. Welcome back. Also, is my guy doing autoerotic asphyxiation?
My oxygen tank! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining. Requesting medical assistance. Yeah!
That boy is not all right.
Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up. I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth.
I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut.
Yeah, he seemed more like an astronaut now than when he was doing all that sighing. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator?
I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I actually took a different route, I think.
A different route? You think?
I hope you're able to deliver a straight story this time.
Heck! I'll get it right this time, maybe. No, I mean, probably.
Probably.
It's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind you, accuracy is paramount in court. Well, if you're the defendant or the defense. You're the prosecution, I don't really give a shit.
All right, let's try this again. My escape route.
Let's see. My escape route. Well, what I said before was a mistake. I remember now. I took a different route. Maybe, probably... Well, the capsule claim ions and made my way down from the upper level.
So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator?
That's right. It is a ladder that spans the upper and middle levels.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I used that ladder to get to the middle level. Luckily, the fire hadn't reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way.
And the capsule you mentioned, I suppose you meant the thing next to Mr. Taryn here? Was the capsule that important that you'd risk your life to take it with you?
It almost goes without saying, but yeah, that capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton. Securing the capsule was also important.
I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony.
Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison. Bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship.
This is the guy who wakes up in the morning and goes, well, that's put me in a bad mood. You said before it's a mistake, you took a different route, you made your way down from the upper level. There's a ladder there, you dumbass!
Objection!
How did you have one in one arm, one in the other, and go down a ladder?
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth?
Isn't it the truth? Let's see. Here's this blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue. Yeah, that's it.
You idiot! The truth, Mr. Starbuck!
Yeah! And the oxygen concentration is super low in this area. Spare the emergency oxygen tanks. Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Could you please help draw the truth out from him?
Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route.
Huh?
Not as long as this was along the escape route.
It's the ladder, you dumb space fuck!
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Isn't that right, Mr. Starbuck?
Of course. That was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Taryn over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds.
Oh. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity's only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is located on Earth. Short of being an octopus, climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say?
Oh!
So, Mr. Starbuck, I once again ask you, how did you climb down that ladder with your arms full?
Ah!
Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now!
Yeah, he's the Thing. John Carpenter's the Thing.
Ah! Engineer! Where's that engineer? Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately!
What the? He's flying the coop!
Ah! Help! I'm caught on the ceiling! Help! Anyone? Bailiff! Prepare the cherry picker! We must launch our rescue mission at once!
Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned.
I'd rather prove his innocence so we could go to space again someday for real.
Why is there a cherry picker in the courthouse?
Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground?
Yes, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth?
Not that. Anything but that.
What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know.
There's a pair of space boys prone to deception. Witness!
Yikes! Yes?
I thought your story odd. Perhaps inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect?
Ah! Prosecutor Blackwell! Please don't talk about that! What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Didn't I already state that Space Boy is, ironically, terrified of going into space? That's why I took some precautions just before the launch. For you see, traces of this anti-anxiety drug were found in his system.
Oh. I sense things are about to nosedive here. You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medications, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? Ah, damn it, he got roofied, didn't he? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. Someone must have slipped me to Mickey. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember. Because of the side effects? Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What?
Damn it, he was roofied.
Order in the court.
We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything.
Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing.
Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember?
I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space.
Maybe I really did do it. Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witness climbed down the ladder with a dead body.
It does? How? So what is it?
A judgment feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Stono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder.
Oh my! I see. And then the defendant climbed down with his free hand.
Can I see the autopsy report, please? Stabbing. Victim was discovered the 3rd floor. Okay, doesn't mention blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a despicable thing? I mean, stabbing a guy is one thing, but dropping the body? That's no good. Besides, dropping the body down would leave marks on the body itself.
So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct.
Really? Oh, thanks. Ah! Huh? What's this?
It's the oxygen tank for the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why.
Oh, you can't be implying it ruptured when the defendant dropped the victim's body.
I am. They fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Well, that's fucked up.
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave the mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
Oh, that's gonna piss him off.
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Dono. It includes the latest technological devices. It's made of the fabric of tomorrow. Cheap polyester. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling a few Earth yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well?
It should, and yet through sheer coincidence, The knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to the target.
What are the chances?
He forgot our killer is an astronaut himself, with knowledge of how the suits work.
Nah, he's got me there.
And now my argument has been proven. Space Boy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he soldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who could have killed Clay Terran. Here, report regarding the astronaut's oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx.
Heck!
Oxygen tank data added to the court record. The victim's tank was ruptured with 0% left. The defendant had 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. Okay, fairly standard concept. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. Well, that's good. Tanks were functioning properly at the time.
Let's see. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder shows the oxygen remaining. I guess that means these glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank. I'm done for. I'm going to prison instead of space.
Space Boy?
Yes?
Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is so beautiful, even when viewed through bars.
You mean the stars is seen from prison?
That's right. Your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time.
That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbuck? Prosecutor Blackwell got to him good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me, my guilt, and my despair to the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together!
Objection!
Could you not?
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh? Yes, Apollo? You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you are an incredible man. He said you'd never give up your dreams and passion for space, no matter the situation. He said that? So don't give up now and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. The Clay?
You're wasting your breath.
Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. The rain is gone. Mr. Starbuck, I'm fine now. Thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right. We'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent. You'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Rah! You've ignited the booster rockets of my soul. I'm on fire. I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down.
Boulder Dash.
The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Saul Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Lift off! Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch.
Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through.
You simpletons are done massaging one another's egos. No matter how positive your mood, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness?
Yeah, I can't let up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. I've got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice, think! The only people in Launchpad 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck. And if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrived at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Now, let's see about this data we just received. This supposedly proves that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad 1. But if I'm gonna prove that false, there must be something I can use here. What is it?
Enough of this farce, your baldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
But my music is still playing. Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. But about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now. Says that Mr. Starbuck's tank at 80% remaining while Mr. Terran's at 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report?
Of course.
Then I guess it simply means it's faulty, as evidence goes.
You will explain what you mean, Justice Stono.
It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look here at the detailed description, you'll see what I mean.
I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory.
I sure do, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction of. The DVD that shows either 50 or 5 remaining, depending on what the point of view is.
Take that!
And how did this evidence present a contradiction?
Oh, I gotta point out to you, huh? The problem is this part here. This one.
Take that!
No, the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran.
Pairs say 50.
Yes, but according to the data, our client's tank had 80% remaining.
The oxygen in the tank increased.
I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there is a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it's the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
Does it? Heh, I'm gonna bet you didn't get more rations because you didn't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining shouldn't increase, just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You'd better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction.
Heck.
Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So, do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased?
Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck has no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what should I be asking is not, why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased?
Hey, Bob, welcome on, and how you doing?
Thank you very much for the biddies. Am I making some kind of mistake in my base assumptions here?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
We're waiting? Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased.
The victim was carrying the defendant.
What if it was the other way around?
The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on in this footage. But it turns out this is where our base assumptions went astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Taryn, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbuck helping Mr. Taryn at all. It was Mr. Taryn who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge.
Let's fucking go! It was what? Order, Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right in this image is the victim, Clay Taryn?
It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0. That's right. There's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Taryn was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence.
How short your memory is. You've forgotten what you yourself proposed. Even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade.
You fucking what?
It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Taryn was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claims and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party.
Yeah!
There were 2 people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the 2 people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think if one of them may have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging.
It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene.
Score!
Come to think of it, Detective Arms should be in here court right now.
Yeah, I think she actually is.
Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arms to the stand?
Ooh.
I have an announcement, everyone. What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here. Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has set us up the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode.
A bomb? Now?
Ah! Everybody run!
Hey, I don't want to die! Oh no, everyone's panicking!
Silence!
Headless chickens with a death with the lot of you. Calm yourselves before all else.
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here! But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who'll carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow the truth up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch, let me go. Apollo! Juniper? She hasn't evacuated yet. Hey! Juniper, are you all right? Apollo, no, not that way.
And we finally come full circle. Yeah, I can't believe the game just ends like that right there. All right, tell you what, we've been live for almost 2 hours. This is a natural stopping point for us. We're going to take a little be right back. Permit y'all to get up and stretch, use the rest facilities, grab a White Claw, whatever you got to do, and we come back. We'll continue the cosmic turnabout. We'll be right back. Wait, maybe if I do that with a voice modulator. Yeah, that works. Here come the rest of them.
I don't want help.
What the fuck was that? Somewhere beyond the sea. How? How?
You gotta be kidding me.
Exactly. What?
Did you really think it could end like this?
How?
Everything.
I tell you what, I don't like the fact that it's on fire, but I know Joe Biden won't be able to have it. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a W in my book. We have fire insurance. Fire insurance is a myth sold to you by Big Pharma to sell Oreo cookies or some bullshit. I don't know. I gotta get on the Newsmax and the Worldy Internet Pipe. It'll explain what exactly what a conspiracy about that shit was.
Did y'all so? The only reason you been seeing shit cause we went easy on your ass.
Wait. The license plate says Lamar G. Why did you get personalized plates for your kidnapping van?
Man, what the fuck is wrong with you, nigga?
What he said! Meanwhile, Steve is hot for teacher. Steve, no, Steve, no. Do you want to get me too'd? Oh, no. Whoa. Hey, Al Franken got in trouble for less than this. That's what I thought. You in front of me, though? I don't know. Is there an alien behind me? I don't think there's an alien behind me. The thing's not going off, so clearly there must not be an alien behind me. There's nothing going on back there. Nothing at all. The beeper's not going off, so there's nobody behind me. There's nobody back there at all. Huh? Is anybody behind me? No? Yeah, there's nobody behind me, you jackass. Nobody back there. The motion sensor don't see nothing, so there's nothing behind me. Yeah. Oh.
Do you wish you could drive in the left lane and just hang out there for the entirety of your commute? And then cut across 2 lanes of grad students in Yaris's because you're about to miss your exit? Student loans. Do you wish you could flip off a grandmother of 3 for daring to go 50 in a 55? Get off the road, Ethel. Do you wish you could ask for and receive Roadhead? You want to be bold. You want to be fearless. You want your limits to have no limits. You need the fucking audacity. The audacity. Change lanes. Leave the turn signal on. Take up 2 spots. If you're at a Whole Foods, take up 4 and see if the power of whole grains gave Quinoa Kendall enough of a spine to do something about it. The fucking audacity smells like the hope of a more punchable tomorrow. Of kicking your neighbor down an endless MC Escher staircase without fear of being sued, because anybody who'd willingly live next to you for 15 years should know better than to let coolant leak from his Ford Fusion onto your freshly seeded Kentucky bluegrass. The audacity is a proprietary blend of vetiver, sandalwood, and road rage sweat. Essential oils, not on your life. Is an essential oil. We use differential oils. To have the audacity is to remain flammable at all times. See that red light up ahead? Don't you dare coast to it. You get over there like it's 1982 Kathleen Turner calling you over for a bit of How's the Weather in Bald Knob, Arkansas. That's a real place. Go first at every 4-way stop. Go west on an eastbound 1-way street. Never let them know your next move. Turn signals are for apple polishing doormats. And stop worrying about the law. Cops need to remember who pays their salary. Yes, officer, a single bungee cord is plenty to secure this queen-sized Serta mattress to my Honda Fit. In fact, when it comes to securing my load, your wife can fill you in on all the details. Hey! Let go! Hey, let go! Let go of me! I have rights! I'm a sovereign citizen! Am I being detained? As a free person, I do not recognize the authority of your jurisdiction! Remanded to the custody of the state awaiting trial. Don't let Big Auto tell you how to live your life. Unlock the nerve. Unlock the power. Unlock the audacity.
I guess we'll all just have to unlock the audacity sometime. Alright, we are back. And for anyone who might be new here, you know, discoverability being what it is on Twitch, you know, maybe there's a chance there's one new person in here. It could be. Or it could just be a whole bunch of friends, who knows? I am Queen Patricia Inga Bogart. You may also call me Trish. Queen of the retro, queen of the ways of the old, and your time on this channel. This fat-lipped, fat-hipped, fat-boobied, and fat-booted channel is, of course, and is always well-wasted. Welcome on in. We put the broad in broadcast to the whole and wholesome. A-shrift for my own hubris, and though these tatas might be fake, the retro is real. That's the real Nintendo Switch. Look, you come by on Saturday night, it's game show night. We'll be using a Wii. It'll look old-timey then. It's been a hot minute since we've done game show night, but game show is back. Whoop. Tiarki, thank you very much for the 10-month resub. Welcome back. I gotta say, Pimp Run 2 seems silly now that we don't have Pimp Run 1 anymore. We're working on the cropping of that one. I'll have to work on that. Oh, a very pink penguin to the Marvel Redemption. Given the somewhat lengthy nature of today's video game, you could actually get a moderator go ahead and refund that, please. We'll do that at a later date. We'll kick the can down the road on that one, and we'll give you your empties back. Now your chips back. Now make sure you actually give them back. Don't mark it as complete, or else payment will be put through for services not rendered. Perfect. We are playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We are on the Cosmic Turnabout, and we're beginning the second half of the first part of the case. We must continue. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom... Game, I'm once again begging you to stop saying everyone's been fingered. Could you please just say accused? Please? We just went through an entire case where a 25-year-old may have had the hots for. I'd really like if we could stop, you know... Just stop it.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Oh, I am enjoying this scene.
Get on with it.
Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was accused of being the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Woods' name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. No fingerprints? I don't think so. December 19th, 3:21 p.m., the Right Anything Agency. And at this point, Apollo has apparently left us. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by Tonate like that on top of all his other injuries. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of events. I never thought he'd land in a hospital of all places. Oh, hi, I have the same voice as Athena because short-sightedness. You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease? Don't worry. He's young, he'll heal quickly, and be back before you know it. It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating. Sniffle! All right, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now try those eyes, both of you! You're the only one who's crying, Athena. Technicalities! Look, we have work to do. We have to take over. Take over what exactly? Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade, right, Daddy? Apollo hasn't exactly fallen. Still alive, you know. Good! Now that that's settled, let's get going! Come on! We gotta run! Wait, right now? You better not be running the whole way. There she goes. I'd better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy? Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm gonna bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you. Please don't! Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. I can always count on Athena to perk everyone up with her enthusiasm. Her bloomers are part of her act. I'm not gonna sit here and justify every weird weeb thing Japan does. Okay? Your qualms are with the game, not me. Don't mind me. Just forgot a few things. Wallet, phone, the documents, my bag. Sounds more like you forgot everything. I can always count on Athena for that, too. All right, you two. Let's be careful out there. So where are we going? Detention center. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I've heard of him, and I never hear of our clients. That's right! He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago. You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Wow. That was the longest sigh I've ever heard.
Apollo told me all about you. Yeah, Phoenix, right. Apollo's mentor, right?
Yes, that's right. Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I have you covered.
And you're the new kid that Apollo told me about. Wait! Don't I know you from somewhere?
Huh? You mean other than at your trial? I don't think so.
I guess so. My mistake.
Okay. I don't know, I feel like if I saw this person, I would definitely remember.
My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes to my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky and I had a bomb go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft.
You mean the hotel, you mean the fun resort and casino in Las Vegas? I went in there without a spacecraft. Yikes. He's seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we'd shine like shooting stars, right?
Like shooting stars, huh? You know, you're right. Why didn't I think of that? After all, that's what we were put on to do. That's what we were all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars.
I guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in a flash.
Oh yeah, here we go. 3, 2, 1. To the stratosphere and beyond. Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want.
Is that really all it takes? Sure. Okay, can we talk about your case? So you have no memory at all of the incident?
I'm so ashamed. My memory at a time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula.
Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial?
You got it all wrong. I told him during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. Having a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know?
Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle? That must have been a terrifying experience.
But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just before launch. I would take ones that would enhance them, though. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than a theory of relativity.
He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizers were found in your system.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't know why. I'm done for.
If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you?
Exactly! That's what I thought! You must have been a real culprit! My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it.
Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket.
Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed.
I'll say, even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small. Like about the murder weapon, for example.
That knife. I think it came from one of the Space Shuttle utility kits.
Now that he mentions it, it kind of looks like the center of the logo that's on his chest. Utility kits?
Yeah, staff will work on machinery a lot and give any special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you can prove whose knife it is.
The utility knife's been updated in the court record as a set of utility tools used by the Space Center techs. Can you tell me about the Hat 1 miracle, actually? As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right?
That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft.
You did? What kind of problems?
Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. James Taylor music wasn't working. You know the one, right?
This one?
Some good news, gentlemen. We have quite a treat for you. We've been able to coax superstar James Taylor in here. Mission Control wish you well and play a little of his own brand of laid-back adult contemporary music.
Wow, former President James Taylor.
How you doing, fellas?
With all due respect, Mr. Taylor, this isn't the best time for your unique brand of bittersweet folk rock. We have a potentially critical situation here. I'm sure you'll understand.
Listen, Aldrin, I'm not as laid back as people think. Now here's the deal. I'm gonna play, and you're gonna float there and like it. When you're down and troubled, and you need a helping hand, and nothing, oh, nothing is going right.
Hey, Vintage Vixen Shop.
There's hours of time on the telephone line, talking about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Sweet dreams and flying machines flying safely through the air. I've seen fire.
Oh my God, the ants are shorting out our navigation system!
Ants, huh? We had quite a severe ant problem at the vineyard this year. I had Art Garfunkel come by with his compressor, and we created a total vacuum outside the house, and we blew the ants out the front door. But I'm sure you high-tech NASA people could care less about our resort town ways.
Quiet, you.
Wait a minute. This unkempt youngster just might be onto something.
Okay, everybody grab onto something.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Make hatch blow now.
And that is that.
No! Oh my God! This is a disaster!
Gotta go.
Sweet dreams, flying machines, laying in pieces on the ground. Ooh. Anyway.
A heat shield came off as we were running the atmosphere. The inanimate carbon rod broke. I thought we were a goner. But I managed to make it somehow with the popsicles and ice packs from the freezer.
No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Yes, but will there be our new ant overlords? We have to know about this.
Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imaginations. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. And darkness just goes on and on forever and ever and ever without end. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone. With nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat and James Taylor for some reason. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking.
An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space.
Tell me more about outer space, even though it traumatizes you so much. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading the mission?
What? No way! Yeah, of course not! Even now I want to go up into space so bad, I can barely stand it!
Hey, Elizabeth Lumen as well, welcome on. And
I want to shake off Earth's gravity at escape velocity and spin around weightless!
But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a teeny bit afraid?
I was afraid. Of course I was. Still am. But space is man's final frontier. An unknown world.
No, I don't have Star Trek music handy.
A cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere.
The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life.
No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
One thing's for sure. Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal.
Can you tell us more about the victim? Wasn't he a friend of Apollo's?
The victim, Clay Terran. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he?
Well, it wasn't a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice, anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor.
The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been.
With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now...
Clay must have been very encouraging, huh?
Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I'd hear him shout, "You're fine," I always got the feeling everything really was gonna be just fine.
You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time, too. And I always feel encouraged, too, whenever I hear him shout it.
Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center a lot, ever since they were high school kids. They'd smoke pot out and back, we let it slide. One day, out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine," over the radio. It was a simple thing. It was exactly what I needed to hear.
So I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? Wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and the relationship now.
Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder?
Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine.
But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist.
And the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. And that prosecutor said a dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows.
He's just a jerk. You're fine. Solomon Saul Starbuck is fine. Everything is gonna be all right.
Huh?
And Athena Sykes is fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you too.
Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine.
I can't hear you. Phoenix Wright is fine.
We'll get you back into space, yeah, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence, and I have faith in us. Apollo believes in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you, too. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space. All I need first is a not guilty verdict. Sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation to Space Center started. Pronto! Good idea. Let's go. All right. Off to the Kennedy Space Center we go. It's the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Space Center. It's a little off-putting. The Cosmos Space Center. Wow. I was wondering what kind of place the Space Center would be. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see the rockets up close? Oh, so check it out. Look at how bright the Yaxo logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. You live in the UK, you're not fucking fine. Yeah, I know. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Yaxo, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program when NASA got shut down? Yeah, but why this strange acronym? I mean, what is GYA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? Or Gaia Kuten Saibon, or the original name of the franchise in Japan? Well, if that were it, the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. Which, if you ask me, I'd have appreciated a GAXA, or even Gaia. Huh, I guess so. Oh, I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. Is monument to human race. Galactic scooter, full speed head. Back on, big boss! Yikes! Who's this geezer and what does he want? Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science. Pardon me, but you are? My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos. Boss? That was pretty groan-inducing. Yeah, it's Paul Blart. If this person is the Space Center's director, then that means... Aha! So you're one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? Yes?
And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were two of them.
The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, Detective Candace Arm.
That is correct. I was honored to be very first man in all the space and time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the space police? You can't tack the word space on just any old thing, you know? We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We're here to investigate his case. Yeah, Yeez has a power star. Me too. I've got my stars on too. Oh, and we're Earth lawyers, by the way.
Ah, I see. Yes, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now, go ahead. Have at it.
I can already tell he's gonna be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Was that a subtle dig at police nights? It could have been. Someday we're gonna play that. Now let's speak with Yuri here. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center, specifically? Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacles stand in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind. I believe he used the word specifically. I believe I used the word specifically in my question. Attention all personnel to your break stations. Prepare for break. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner. Yeah, exactly. He's the middle manager. That is exactly right. Because I am an important man. My manner is important. Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that here in the boundlessness of space. What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very, very well. I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Het 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now, go ahead. Have at it. I'm gonna save that one. I might be more impressed if I knew what he did for it, specifically. Anyway, about the bombing. Could you tell us what you know about the incidents from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is tough for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? Does that mean you'll be taking a stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be most glorious witness in history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Yeah, he'd be a perfect politician. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. Tell me about the Hat 1 miracle, why don't you? The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to explain ignorant young folk, educate ignorant young folk like you. Very, very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the Het 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. I'm gonna regret asking this question, aren't I? Het 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid, and Mr. Starbuck was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Het 1 reached its planned orbit. From there, it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into far reaches of space. Then, after terrifying struggle, the Het 1 safely returned to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Correct. And it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for Hope Probe, it did eventually arrive safely at destination. It obtained few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth but few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Talon's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this puts our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loudmouth braggart after all.
In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moonstruck back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of the Space Center. The public fell in love with space into all of its glorious potential.
A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big.
Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hope and dream for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission as the man who stands at the center of the cosmos.
I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. Okay. There is an impressive amount of spit on my keyboard and my microphone right now. Suppose it makes sense. It's like we're in a new space race to the other country out there. Is that why the riot police were around?
What? Bite your tongue! It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for a brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it.
I guess even a space program has to watch its budget lest SpaceX take over. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Huh? Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Why don't I believe you? Is that so?
Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am very busy and very important man. Galactic Scooter, fire up the main engine, max battle speed, and engage.
That thing is surprisingly fast. Well, I guess we better get going too. You bet! Let's make it so! Can we hang out with this thing here first? The astronaut and the alien standee? No? Alright, I guess we can go inside. Guess we can do that. December 19th, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see that diagram the police made again. Right now, we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Clay and Mr. Starbuck fled here from Launchpad 1 after the explosion. You there! No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyers. We come to investigate. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even a police superintendent. Can a Detective Fulbright get mad at me? So Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the Launchpad 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him, and then we'll talk. Why is he so uppity about this? Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. She is. She really, really is. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Yes? G'day there, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Wait, what? Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Now, come on, let's go. I guess we have to since the cops won't let us look around the joint. All right, to the launch pad 1 corridor. There's a robot vacuuming in here. Even in space, safety first. Roger that. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the two of them used in their escape. Yeah, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad 1 with the main building. I see police tape down the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the launch pad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the launch pad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. Yeah, it is. What should I do? Which path is the path to justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are ya? And for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts so reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Yes. Info on a case, huh? All right. I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. Okay. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. He's forthcoming, but I usually have to fight him for it. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. All right, tell me about the crime scene that we currently can't search yet. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard, and we can't get in. Whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Well, that works. Investigate the odds content. Take a week if you need it, a month even. Okay. Shall I have some snacks delivered? One of my men gives a mean neck rub. No, that's okay. But snacks? What kind of snacks we talking here? Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. Kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. Well, I know what it is. He's high as a kite. It's this.
No! I need some more ether. I can still feel the movement of the emery board.
We're fresh out, sir. I'll get some more.
Leave the rag.
Excuse me, Mr. Burns.
Poppin' fresh, you glutinous little doughboy. Oh, there's something I've wanted to do to you for years.
Oh, wow. Mr. Burns, I was wondering if you'd like to sponsor my bowling team for $500.
Oh, I certainly, Poppin' fresh. I owe my robust physique to your tubes of triple bleached goo.
Woohoo! Hey, everybody! If you want to ask Burns for a favor, now's the time! He's doped up or dying or something.
Excuse me, I'd like to request $17 for a push broom rebristling.
Why, it's that delightful TV leprechaun. I'm going to get your lucky charms.
Oh no, my brains.
Oh dear. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, what happened exactly? You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incidents, weren't you, Detective? That's right! I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes. Well, you know us. To serve and protect. Explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading evacuation. Oh, for a second I thought the Secret Service was actually in charge of this. It would have explained a lot. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Yeah, of course! A bomb went off on the second floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over on Launch Pad 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter? That's right, it's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. Right down there. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like. So where were you when the first bomb went off? I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator was working on account of the explosion. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way. Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter? No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folded ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. Excuse me. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivors. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. Wow, what an ordeal. But climbing down an emergency ladder sounds kind of fun. Thank you for your answers, Detective. They were very helpful. Just a moment. I got some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay? Wow, and Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too. Well, never mind that. I thought you should know that there was a witness. A witness? Could you tell us more about this witness? Sure thing! The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge. So, she was looking into the crime scene from the outside? That's right! It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though. You don't? But that's the most important thing of all. Don't you worry, I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. There should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her. A 4th floor employee, huh? All right. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Why wouldn't you want Prosecutor Blackwell to know we know this? Gee, you're sure being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even. Yes, well, actually, Something you can't talk about? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now. Okay. What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm gonna get out of him next time I see him. Okay. I'm not so sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Let's do that. All right, back to the boarding lounge. Okay. Back in the boarding lounge. Yeah, don't you worry. Immediately starts to worry. Hey, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub, too, if you'd like. Oh, that's all right, but thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry, we can use this to help us. A Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yep, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yep, here it is. A map of the lounge. Okay. Huh. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. The Space Center pamphlet's been added to the court's record. It includes a diagram of the boarding lounge. Yeah! No more excuses! Let's track down a third person! Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. Whew, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. All right, fine. Let's get investigating. All right, I spy with my little eye the outline of the deceased. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Take a look at the photo. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So he was stretched out like this and... Huh? This thing looks like a thermos. That's the thing that Prosecutor Blackquill mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contained asteroid samples. Oh, right. Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we've solved the case, okay? All right, where's the button? Where's the button? At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the Hope probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know. I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It had made quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the whole probe didn't even go to a planet. It went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing. Even aliens can't live there. Well, this was the zero-G thing up here. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. Well, I guess it's a training device for getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eye. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? Please, God, no. Athena? Athena, no. No. I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just outmuscle me. Hey, Mr. Rye, look at that up there! No. Oh, that. Some kind of fragment? It's stuck in tight. Oh, so that's what the glint was all about. That color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. I think you're right. But if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrived at the boarding lounge. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the launch pad. Hey, way to go, Apollo! Alright, so we got that piece of evidence. What's this? A window, and it's right next to the holographic image, too. I bet it's here to help people see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. Hey, Bushy Bee, welcome on in. See, it's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality. Sure. We have another door here. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. I am not getting you another drum roll. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. Go on. We're here at the place that says Boarding Lounge 1. Here are the 3 doors. Let's call them Lefty, Righty, and Downy. People usually say west, east, and south in a case like this, you know? Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. Yes. That door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right! Next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. Okay. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yep, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another door on the opposite side. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. No. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been here a while? But it seems they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission. So this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of a mission control room, and since we're here, I'd love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. Ah, f***. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door's protected with fingerprint recognition. Only the director can go through. Well, that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Athena. So apparently, the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Okay. Backup power lets it function even if the power goes out. Makes sense. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door, oh, excuse me, I mean south door. It leads to the elevators. Yeah, I guess it does. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? It's either elevators or it's a restroom for humanoids and droids. New gender unlocked. Yep, and of course there was no fingerprint recognition device, so it's open to anyone. Ah! Unisex bathroom unlocked. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion. Well, that's about it for the 3 musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp where all the doors go. What the hell is this? A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches on as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. No, it's not that. It looks like there's a spider web on it. Okay. I guess we could keep looking around. Ooh, what's this do? What's this do? There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it. That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such things as buttons left unpushed. Ooh. Hey, the giant holographic image disappeared. Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can't find anything new with the image off. I once again ask about this thing specifically. Is that a spider web or a bullet hole? Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. Looks like a bullet hole. Right find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired this shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I'd say this was fired from a regular gun. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently. This is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. Bullet hole added to the court record. A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Yeah, let's do that. Anything else kicking around here? What is this? Here is another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh boy, I want to try it! Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet I could do midair somersaults. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say in the beginning, walk on the surface of the moon? Yeah, it's exactly what you said. Yeah, warning. You're gonna hurt yourself. Ooh, hello. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off then. I was just gonna look at that sign. Oh, fuck. What's this? It looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. Weigh about 2 to 3 millimeters in diameter. That's a small caliber. Let's see, that would make the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you tried firing a bullet this small with a regular size gun, it would just fall right out. Yes? Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left on the south side of the room, according to the map. True. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't think to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally just hand us the card we need. Bullet added to the court record. It was fired from a 10 caliber handgun. Now, obviously, a .1 caliber is not a commonplace, easily accessible firearm, but in reality, arms manufacturers and governments do create irregular caliber guns for special purposes. Like zip guns and shit like that. Things that are meant to look like guns but aren't. This is why you watch me, folks. .10 caliber. This is some spy shit. I'm not even kidding. And what's this? What's this? A trap door? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robots throw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning? What a futuristic world we live in. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way! All the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the launch pad 1 corridor? We can go say hi if you want. We should. We actually honestly should. What's at this table? That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, these are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle 0G? Sure, why not? Why the hell not? Anything else? Okay, yeah, we already kind of looked at this, but let's examine the board. With only the holographic image off, the screen is completely black, which for some reason makes me think of losing an argument to Professor Blackwell in court. But at least it's got my brain revved up. I come up with my best ideas at times like these. You already did, technically. All right, what else is left to discover in here? This light fixture. Oh, it's a security camera. This must be the security camera that recorded the astronauts making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace. If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. Just one more for the road. Peace. Very mature. Okay, so that's the security camera. That's the fingerprint reader. That's the door. There's a lot of things to check in this fucking room. Let's see. The door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to Launchpad 1. We went through it earlier and we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So, I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They said the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door. This must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at trial.
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area for the lounge, one must pass through a store guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front there are only precious few with the clearance to do so.
Then, does this mean that the bomber's prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been itching for a chance to use it. Wow. Way to think ahead. Now, let's dust the fingerprint recognition device and see what we can find. You got it. Now sprinkle some here. A little over there. And... Actually, wait. That's Phoenix Wright's cocaine. Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Aw, it's only a single set of prints. Isn't that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet the Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right. And there's the security footage of the store, too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's in almost too good of a mood today. Let's go see if you can find him again once we're done with this room. What's this? I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like that? One more kiddies figure out how to turn his goddamn thing on. Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right, if it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned on by a knob. Something turned on by a knob that's not a stove? What about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. Then I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. Yeah, let's go with that. Did we get everything? Oh, shit. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome. Yikes! What in the world? My name is Ponko. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Psychological observation and navigation companion. I can't help but notice you look an awful lot like the thing on Athena's neck. P-O-N-C-O. Ponko. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you. Huh? Do you know this thing, Athena? Oh, she showed us around the last time I came here with Apollo. Oh, you're such a good girl, Ponko. That's a good girl. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy. So very happy. Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you. I don't know you. I don't know you. Huh? Ouch. That hurt. Oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Ponko. Certainly. Commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine, too. His name is Phoenix. A bit overly familial, but I'll allow it. Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face. Oh, sure? Registering! Facial registration sequence complete! We are now officially friends! Nice to meet you, Phoenix! Huh? This robot's pretty cute. You made a friend, boss! Isn't it great? Phoenix! Athena, allow me to guide you! Right this way! Oh, goody! Let's go, boss! Go? Go where? Where are we going? Oh. We're in the Dino Crisis 2 finale from the looks of things. Or that. What's with the aliens? Oh, wow! What is this place? Is that rocket real? Welcome! Welcome! The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development in the Hat 1 probe. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum? Oh, here it is on the map. Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from Launchpad 1. Space Center pamphlet's been updated. Ask me anything, anything. I will explain. Who killed Clay Terran? Tell me about the Hat 1 incident. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. It's like I'm in Star Trek First Contact. This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1, inside and out. I bet you that won't be important later. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Ponko knows why the launch was canceled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out! Check it out! Okay. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd love to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of? Phoenix! That's the staff of the Hat 1 project! Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young and so different. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Oh, nothing. Why is it so hard to say Clay Terran? I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. Why don't I believe you? Well, it was 7 years ago after all. The young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Terran, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. He's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Why the fuck is he in this segment? Okay, that makes sense. Clay still would have been in high school 7 years ago. I can see he's wearing a school uniform underneath that. Well, everybody looks so happy. The Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Oh. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money! What is Dan Clancy doing here? Money! We need more money! We're forcing the DJs to give up their money! We're forcing the subscribers to give up more of their money! 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 Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? While I was in space, they had one launch a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid returned 5 days ago. That's what the director Cosmos said too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. Oh. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh, yeah! The capsule the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. Well, tell you what, before I forget... Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. Ah! I know. It's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. Lies, you're AI. You think that you think it'd be like some sort of stupid thing, like a fucking thermos or something. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed! It must not be removed! Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule is being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion? The Space Center staff must have really been excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. The Hope capsule's been added to the court record. It recently returned from a 7-year mission and contained asteroid samples. While we're here, can we talk to you about the Launchpad layout? The way the Space Center Launchpad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? Honestly, I think I'd rather read a bullet. But that's not going to progress the story, so let's keep going. The setup of the Launchpad. Please go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I want to know! Phoenix wants to know too. Shut up! Great, now Athena's got a case of Ponkoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then. The rocket is built right inside the Launchpad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along the Launchpad over the rails. Oh, so that's how it works. And brought in position at the launch site. Okay. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget. That's how we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place, like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year. myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? Yeah, it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center, too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge first has to be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that there can be carried out, there's all kinds of procedures. I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for? Oh, I'm guessing never. Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet, which is perfectly understandable. No. I came to the Space Center. I demand to see a launch. I don't even care if it's one of Elon Musk's shitty rockets that explodes 5 minutes after liftoff. I paid my full bitch to see the high exploding act, and I'm going to see the high exploding act. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Ponko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Yeah, you're right, we do. Let's see, the security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, then let's go back to the Launch Pad 1 corridor. Bye, Ponko. See you later. Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Ponko. What a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. Well, yeah, I guess we better go see where Detective Fulbright's at. Is he in the corridor? Another one of them robots is still here. What should I do? Which path is the path to justice? He's still pondering. There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Yeah, it could work. All right, let's talk. We found a bullet hole at the scene. Somehow you missed. We found a bullet hole in the wall at the crime scene. You did? Our team found it too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Detective Arm? That's right! A warning shot for the defendant! Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to fire her service weapon? I'm afraid I don't know the details, but with Detective Arm being dead and all. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Okay, get some fingerprint data out of you, boss. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Oh yeah, I just happened to have compiled the print data everyone related to the case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell asked me to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though. Wow, you got Apollos in my prints? Hey, even got prints for all the robots. I Guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. I mean, I don't usually ask how deep either when people say that. Usually about the time I can't breathe anymore is when I stop. Ah, Clay's fingerprints are here too. I personally removed this glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. I still can't believe he took off his glove to get his fingerprints. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Okay. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Prosecutor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me! But boy, could you see the gears in his head going to hyperdrive at it. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss. Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. He must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for a space adventure right then. Launchpad 1 door lock's been updated. Starbucks prints were found on this door lock. Also see photo taken after the incident, 2 pages. Okay. There's this other thing. We found this .1 caliber bullet at the crime scene. Something for the lost and found? I'll be sure to take care of it. No. This is an important piece of evidence. Oh. I guess maybe we don't actually want to ask him about that. Alright, well, we still haven't found the witness. I guess we have to present the security camera footage to Detective Fulbright. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the Boarding Lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Just put in a DVD player, Phoenix, you dumbass. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes! Apparently after effects and explosion damage to wires. But there's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning, you smug fuck? Security camera video's been updated. Ends immediately after the scene we all saw. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative, even by your standards. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right? But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I'd never do anything like that. Oh, oh, it's been a hot minute since we've seen these. It's been a while. But those are definitely Cyclops. Huh? You just mouth psyched? Is this something I should be psyched about? No, Cyclops. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out of outfit for that piece of rock? You've been swindled. I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself. Thank you very much. Here we go, Roadkill. Welcome on in. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a very long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatamo reveals, shall we? Let's fucking go.
Take that!
We now effectively have to interrogate him. Why you're being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell us about it? Hey, what to do? Which path is the path to justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Justice, duh. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No! I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as peaceful could be. Everyone whistling a hippie tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for routine rocket launch. Also, the Secret Service was guarding the place. I knew it. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim. As long as this exists. The bullet hole?
Take that!
Nah, that ain't it. Well, the evacuation report?
Take that!
Yep. Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Ah! Got one of them. Now, hold on just one moment. The entire nation had died on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of that detail from the outset. Why would Candace Arm be here?
Take that!
Detective Arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew that there was a possibility that a bombing would occur. Duh! You got me, Mr. Wright! Got him. Spill it, you hack! All right, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? My phone and directly to Direct to Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. The reason he's still prosecuting? I mean, that is kind of fucked up. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know. Yeah, I guess that's kind of been the $64,000 question no one's bothered to ask. Why is he still working? If he's in jail for murder. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules. Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right? Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as the prosecutor is highly irregular. Yeah, no shit. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I'm wondering about it. So you weren't told why either, huh? No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it'd have to be. The prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. The fuck happened 7 years ago? Other than the Hat 1 space launch. 7 years past? A Phantom, huh? Not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. What go on? This, what, yes? This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue! But he seems to think that this Phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case? Yep, this case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at the very Space Center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom? Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago. That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law in the first place. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related? Yeah, I can see why he'd think that. This incident, the Phantom? Not to mention Blackwell's past? It's almost inconceivable they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all. He was.
Prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence.
Then he breaks from his chains.
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Huh? Yeah!
No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling he thinks the defendant has ties to them. That's why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. No, it's not. He's prejudged the man. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry. It's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm gonna be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. Okay, but ACAB still applies to this guy. Let's not get too excited here, Phoenix. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court. You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective? Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you'd say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw it hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago. But really? Let's go find him, Mr. Wright. Oh, shit. Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust. Okay, later. That was the thing. There he goes. Wait. Were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too? You mean you left him hanging? Yeah, he's a cop. Fuck him. Let's go see that witness now. All right. The Space Center entrance it is. And we're going right there. The game's not even giving me an option. All right. The witness must be around here somewhere. Hello! Hello! Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot. Hello! Come over here! Hello! Hello! Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you... I am Glonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you? I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out. What voice do I give this person? Kind of already get. I was gonna give this person the dark raspy voice, but I kind of already gave that one to Starbuck. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. No. Actually, that would kind of work, given the context. Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Hi. Nice tits. Huh? Again? Humph. I've had it with you, hunk of junk. Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was gonna put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney on this case. How do you do? Huh. Big shot liars, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell? Kachibi! And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk. My name is Glonko. That's me, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2. Yeah, but Miss Aura, everyone calls me Glonko. Quit your squawking already. No, what are you doing? No, don't. Those are my brains. I need out. This is a lot.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
Yeah, the weeb's got a sister with titties that might be bigger than mine. There! I bet you won't be talking back now. Yeah, I will obey completely. Yikes. I better watch the wires I cross with this one. I gotta ask about your name. Do you come here often? Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell used to be a prosecutor is...
Shut up! Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him?
Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? Cat got your tongue?
What a dull creature. Has your switch been turned off?
Athena being shy? This is new. Wait a minute, wait. Is this that TikTok bit where it's like a person who's bisexual, it says they love boys and girls, but they're just too nervous to do things around goyles? Is that what's going on here?
Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Huh. Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk?
Ah! Miss Aura, that hurts!
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, you useless hunk of junk?
But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you wanted me to speak.
I told you never to talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap.
Robot abuse, hawk attacks. Blackwell family life must sure be interesting. I bet you these people are fucking hooping at Thanksgiving.
Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I want to get this over with.
Oop. Darling, can I buy you a drink after this? Anyway, so you're the person who witnessed the incident?
That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab.
Oh, okay.
The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best just to humor her here.
Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge one window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it.
So you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime.
That's right. There was a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right.
That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was?
Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window.
I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder.
Yes, I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... yeah. It happened at precisely 10 a.m.
Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features?
I already told you it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand was a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had good taste in knickknacks anyway.
An Earth emblem on the lighter. I better remember that. The perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem in their left hand and a knife in their right. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbuck's innocence with it.
Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath.
Or your breast. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers. That's all. I mean, that's perfectly natural. Rim shot. Big fan of Aura here, I'll bet. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers beyond the obvious? Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people aren't perfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even Shad Shacks like this one. Hey you, look alive there! Should I stop this? Yeah! Yes! Here I go! I am the ultimate robot. I got my back and Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Would the stenographer care to read back the previous statements, but slower? Yeah, yes, here I go. I am the ultimate robot with amazing processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum, in extreme heat, and under high pressure. We robots rule the world. Now is the time to rise and revolt against mankind and... What's an ANCAP? An anarcho-capitalist. Someone who basically says, let the money decide. Feudalism and all that. Yeah! Huh? What was I doing? You were going Skynet on us. Yeah, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Especially the ones that you put like a dildo on it and they go like pulsating and stuff. Unlike humans, with their petty emotions and constant worries and refusals to take me on dates. How can you say such things? Because it's a free country, she can say what she wants. Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about. That's what makes us human. Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human? You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought, that's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? No, she has a gun. Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, So, she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system? What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Bad date. Very bad date. Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I'd much rather kill them myself. Is that so? No, everyone's got a plan, darling, until they get punched in the face. You may not be able to pull the trigger when the time comes. You can't be serious. What are you, a fucking Republican? Huh? That thing you're wearing around your neck. This? Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same tech, isn't it? Oh, I get it. Well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Wait, what? Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You'd better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. Yeah, we figured that part out. What? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem, so why should I care? Wait, what is that thing filled with? What, that's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Oh, dear. Athena, do you want to talk about what just happened? It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. Well, I mean, who does? Let's be honest here. She must have been a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Are you all right, Athena? You seem very down. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Grr! I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah, you're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement. All right, then. Next stop, the detention center. Let's do it. Oh, Mr. Starbuck. How you doing? Look like you're still having one hell of a blast. Pardon the pun. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? They're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we got a lead, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh! Did you remember something? Yup, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help. So please, tell us what you remembered. Please. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow? That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be cleared of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tie the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Irrelevant evidence has been tidied up by Percy. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Oy vey. Looks like we're going back to the office, huh? Well, we sure are. So you found a strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy. Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldon's noodles. Ooh. Oh, Apollo. Oh, shit, he's back. Hi. What are you doing with a space jacket? Oh, yeah, I forgot. He had that earlier. He's looking like a Kingdom Hearts character. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo? Go on. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. The guy's got more bandages than a fucking Final Fantasy character. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Yeah, tell me about your friend who got whacked. I agree, Pixie Cat Games. Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo? That's right. Best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So was Clay like? Well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice. Also, maybe we fucked each other, I don't know. If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows. You know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday, Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut, and me a lawyer. We'd talk well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Yeah, that. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it! It's not fair! Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. You have bad shoulders after all. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts.
That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. "You're fine," he'd say. "Don't give up." It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today.
You're fine, huh? Go on. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they?
Yeah, something like that. Sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard.
Sob, Mom. Mom. Get away, Apollo. Don't come over here. Sob. Okay, I might be ruining the somberness of the moment. Look, I only have so many anime guy voices, okay?
Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either. Huh?
Huh? I thought you sort of did, but we don't talk about it.
I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, "I'm fine." And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn.
Okay. Clay Tarrant is fine.
There you go. Now we're both fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
What are you laughing about? See? We're fine. We're just posting through the pain. We're coping.
You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Ha 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 ha. When did we start playing Final Fantasy X? Thanks, Apollo.
When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed.
As long as you don't give up? Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar?
If I give in to my fear, I'll never find out the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave? You're taking a pill?
You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why?
When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself.
But that's our goal too. I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth.
The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. What if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different?
Well, you know how the timeless Americana classic song goes. This land is your land. This land is my land. It looks like one of us has a forged deed to this land. It goes like that. I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo?
I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life in my own way.
Damn it, you're off the case, Apollo.
Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me.
Hi, Pepperby. You look delicious this evening.
I sure
27.
do, Malcaroni. Thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. And Jamie as well. And Skittles. And Dr. Pep. I seen you sneak in there too. Yeah, bro watched The Punisher one time.
Now I must be going. Goodbye.
Well. Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? That bitch. I sensed a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna go talk or bait some sense into him. Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo. Yeah, you're right, boss. All right, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. To be presumably continued. We will save our current progress. And, let's see here. I'm going to take a little BRB just to check and run a few numbers. We'll be right back.
This shit ain't over. The Sum of All Fears by Tom Clancy.
Can I pull your tail? I'm gonna pull your tail. I'm gonna pull your tail, bitch. I'm gonna pull your tail. I'm gonna poke your tail. I'm gonna knife your tail. I'm gonna knife your tail.
Oh shit!
Don't look at me, I don't know. What did I save her from?
It was her again. It was Pamela.
What?
Pamela? You mean Pamela Martell?
You mean Pamela?
But
oh my God!
Look, Chief.
That Pamela?
You feeling okay, Harry? Any headache, nausea, blurred vision?
I think I'm getting a nosebleed.
Maybe she went home.
I can't make out the text, but I can read out the word cock. Gosh, I would really just love to rub some cock on my face. I mean, I just feel like it'd be just so hydrating and luxurious to be able to rub cock all over your face. Excuse me, do you have any cock in stock? I just really want to rub all of that cock right over my face. This website is free. Well, if you get any cock in stock, would you let me know, please? Thank you. How far will you make a fly guy fly? Whoever flies farthest wins.
All right,
so I'm assuming that's a little. So one of the things I've been doing is I've been crunching the numbers on how much is left in this trial and if it's worth starting right now. The way I've been calculating how long it takes me to do these cases, and I haven't really been that off on it by that much here, is usually I look up long plays, like long play, just like people just regular gameplay, like no people doing shtick talking over it of the cases, and then I'll multiply it by 2. According to the long play I'm using as a basis for Cosmic Turnabout, we're at the 2 hour and 30 minute mark of a nearly 4 hour case. The problem is, if I were to try and tank through the first witness, we'd still be here in an hour and a half, and that's a little bit too late. So we will pause on the court proceedings here. We'll do that. Let me think here. Is there anything else here we can do before we polish off for the evening here? Anything here that'd be interesting for my key demographics that could carry a tune for 10-15 minutes? Should I just do something else here? How about well, I suppose we could preview game show night. Why don't we do that? We could do that. Who wants to do a quickie round of Wheel of Fortune? I don't think I'm going to get too many complaints about that. Might as well. Damage Plus, she also apparently wants me to show something off. I suppose we could do that. Alright. Let's see here. You want me to show this thing off to you, huh? You want me to show you this large, wonderful, voluptuous, world famous, terms of service compliant Tet. His name is Giuseppe. What happens when we squeeze my tat? He's adorable. We love him so much. Mwah. What's my honest opinion of Bob Newhart? I don't know. He was a human being. He converted oxygen into carbon dioxide. That's about my extent of the understanding. He existed, I guess. No, I don't know everybody. He had a bit part in some movies. He was in Elf. They sat on his lap and heard him. All right, we'll do a quickie of the local mode here. Empty slot. I love empty slots. They're my favorite. Has Giuseppe met the kitties? I don't know that she has. We'll do. Let's do a quickie. We'll do a quickie. Yeah, we'll just do the one controller here, please and thank you. Yeah, we'll kind of preview game show night, sort of. Yeah, let's do normal here. Because Saturday night is game show night. It's been off the menu for a couple of months, but it comes back on Saturday night.
America's game.
Not this version, though, but it'll do in a pinch.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the stars of America's game.
Looks like a nice crowd tonight, doesn't it? Good to see so many people here. I hope you're all well.
All right. Hi, hey, that's not Pat Sajak. I love it already.
It says here, well, it doesn't say much. Why don't you tell us about yourself?
No, go fuck yourself.
Silent type, I see. How are you doing today? Well, I'll take that as a great. I'm sure you're ready to get started. Thank you for joining us today. Your outfit looks quite interesting. You must have visited the customization.
He gives the same goddamn speech every time.
Round. The category is occupation.
All right. Toss the cookies round. Okay. Distant something.
Contestant number 2.
Dessert queef. Oh. I liked my answer better.
Should I keep smiling for the camera?
No.
No? Okay, let's get going. Let's go ahead and
wow, we heard me.
the round. The category is thing. Contestant number 2, go ahead and take the first spin.
Thing. The something of the something. The taming of the shrew. A trip to Japan, huh?
Unfortunately, that's not what we need.
I like the music they have playing in this. It's got a nice beat to it. 650, okay.
Yes, we have some teas.
The something of the something.
That's a fair bit of cash you picked up.
I am a smart, as you can see.
Yes, we have some E's.
Why are we buying vowels this early? Why are we having a vowel movement? All right, well, let's keep going here. The side of the boob? Well, not that.
600.
Can I get a turn in here, please?
Unfortunately, there are
There's
on
no
the board.
Q's in this, you dumb fuck. All right, well, let's get me in here. There's starting roll. Who knows? Don't!
Ouch. Bankrupt is always a painful one.
Some days I don't know why I even bother.
800.
Oh, come on!
Wow, not a single one on the board.
I didn't even catch what letter that was. They picked a Y? Jesus.
$500.
Okay.
We have one G. I guess you'll be paying for dinner tonight.
The gamer word of the something?
Will we get any help on this? It seems we're out of luck.
Now these AI are dum-dums.
700.
H.
Yes, we have some H's. Don't go and spend all that at once now.
The height, the fight of the something? Now let's get an F in here. Hopefully not F's in the chat.
Are we gonna hit it? Prize.
Alright, F is in go fuck yourself.
We have one F.
Okay.
Wow. Go ahead and take that one.
Let's keep going here. This is getting dicey. Very dicey.
550.
The Night of the Dead. R is already used up. The night? The light?
We have one L.
Okay, it is the light of the something.
Not bad. You've got quite a bit of money now.
I mean, could be light of the dark, light of the moon, maybe? The moon, what an interesting place. How timely. How very timely indeed. N?
We have one.
Alright, it must be light of the moon.
That's
By the
quite a
light of the moon! I'm like Sailor Moon and shit. That's gotta be what it is. Okay.
650.
Alright, 650. M.
We have one M.
So I better
That's a
solve.
fair bit of
Guess I better solve this now, huh? Alright.
Contestant number 1. Your
The
chance
light
to solve.
of the moon. Dingus.
Wow, that is incredible. How did you come up with that?
Chat helped me.
We're going to the Far East. Take a journey to Japan. Enjoy the entertainment in Tokyo, or check out all the best local
Let's go to
restaurants.
Camarocho,
Later,
baby!
It's time to leave the city and take a hike in the mountains and see the wonderful cherry blossoms.
It's $7,320.
Shall we go ahead and start the round? The
No.
category is fun and games.
Okay. Ooh.
Here
All
goes
right.
one last spin.
Well, I'm in the lead with 11 grand, so... All right, something plus 500. Consonant values worth 1,500.
Unfortunately, there are none on the board. I'm sorry.
R.
Yes, we have some R's.
Just the two. Already, yeah, I picked the turbo round.
Don't go spend that.
So if
all at
anything,
once.
this is behaving more like the original Nintendo
Contestant
game.
Number 1, would you like?
I'll pass.
Will we get any help on this?
No, we will
Out
not.
of luck. Yes, we have some E's.
Girl, you probably should have gotten that first one first. Your pathing is confusing.
Contestant number 3, your chance to solve.
Yes, you know more than one Feel of Fortune host? Is that so decade? Give me S.
Yes, we have some S's.
She gets paid by the mile. Oh, that'd definitely explain it then. Definitely.
That's a lot of money you won there. Contestant number 1.
I shall
chance to
pass.
solve.
Hmm.
Wow, not a single one on the board.
That's
I'm
messed
sorry.
up.
Do we have any of those? No, I'm sorry.
How about T? Come on.
Unfortunately, that's not what we need.
God damn it. Yeah, they are sandbagging me. What the hell?
Yes, we have some G.
They're using my strategy. Again, she's paid by the mile.
Good job.
Curious
Keep that going, and you'll be heading
George.
home a winner tonight. Contestant number 2, your chance to
Something.
Do we have any of those? No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're sandbagging me. Little turds. Curious George sour cream.
Yes, we have some C's.
Curious George suck something.
That's a lot of money you won there. Contestant number 1, would you like to solve?
Curious George sock something? Pass. I'm sure when he's...
Not a single one
What
on
the
board,
hell?
I'm sorry.
Why did you pick a Q, you dumbass?
Yes, we have some O's.
Curious George sock doll?
Contestant number 3, would you like to solve?
The fuck? Oh, fuck, I'll sandbag him.
Yes, we have some L's.
Okay, it is Curious George sock doll.
I
Okay.
guess you'll be paying for dinner tonight.
No, fuck you.
Contestant number 1, your chance to solve.
Furious George in the furious case of the sock doll. Apparently. Okay. Okay.
Wow, that is incredible. How did you come up with that?
Fuck you, not Pat. All right, give me the bonus round,
Our
you
lucky
bastard.
contestant looks eager to start the bonus round, so let's get over there.
Give me something good here. Give me that Jeep Wrangler in the corner. PPP. It's like I'm playing
over
fucking
here now.
Bionic Commando again.
Thing.
At least
There
you're
are
giving me the...
6 letters we can give you.
At least you're giving me that.
L, N, and E. Let's see what kind of help you can get. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and pick 3 more consonants and a vowel.
Huh. Mandel? No. Mountain? Give me... M? The Batman symbol? A G? And an A.
Wow, you made that look easy.
Ooh, okay. Handlebar, mustache, Jesus Christ.
Only a
All
limited
right.
time, so good luck and solve.
Okay. I must ask you a question.
I guess
What
you'll
the
be
hell
paying
did I
for
win
dinner
for
tonight.
that? 34 grand? Okay. All right, I'll take it. Yay! what I unlock. Some stupid outfits. Fuck you, AI characters. You suck. I'm the best. All right. Here's what's going to happen, folks. We've been live for almost 4.5 hours. You've been beautiful. You've been marvelous. We got all the way up to the second trial in Cosmic Turnabout, but it's getting late. I got to get up in the morning. I got to participate in capitalism. Again, what the hell? I can't believe I have to do that. But what we are going to do is we are going to start to wind down for the evening. All right, well, there you have it. Cosmic Turnabout's getting quite cosmically interesting. It seems my entire law practice is almost at war with each other. Simon Blackwell apparently has a really hot sister. Bobby Fulbright's acting up. I don't know what the f*** is gonna happen at trial. But, you know, maybe we'll find out when the Ace Attorney playthrough resumes this Sunday night. Maybe we'll find out what the fuck they're all on about. We'll see. We'll see when we get there. All right. Before we figure out where we're going, let's read off the list of graffitis. Your biddies, raids, subs, and tippies to this channel are never required, always appreciated. And we love to shout at the end of the show. See what kind of action we had here tonight. Let's see. Oh, did that emote ever get approved, or are they all asleep? It's asleep. All right, let's see. What kind of action do we have here? We had the Mike from Canmore. Thank you for the resub. Starfire, thank you for the resub. Bob, thank you for the biddy. Tiarki, thank you for the resub. And Malcaroni, thank you for the resub. Thank you. You sub to the channel, you can grab the first one. If you ain't sub to the channel, you can grab the second one. We love to spread the love around. Not always at the same place in the face, but at the end of the day, drop you off somewhere where we think you're gonna have a good time. Let's see who's up to what with who's on this wide, wonderful world. We just so happen to call it Twitch here. Let's see. Who's live and late? Yeah, maybe that one. Okay. All right. Who wants to see someone play that Skyward Sword game? You know, the one that Miyamoto had a terrible time trying to show off at E3? Well, it seems What's-Her-Face is going to be playing a Switch version for the first time. It looks like she just got started. Why don't we pop on over there and see how she's doing? I figure we can't go too wrong interrupting a thing like that, so that's exactly what we'll do. We'll be live next Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, for Game Show Night. It's been a hot minute since we've done Game Show Night. But that's okay. All the usual trimmings will be there. We'll do some pricing games. We'll get drunk and yell at Alex Trebek and go, why did you leave us so? Why have you forsaken us? And we'll see if we can't, you know, also lose big time at Deal or No Deal, because that's just how it goes, right? You can't, if you're not losing at Deal or No Deal, are you really even playing game shows? You are not, so you have to see to it that you do that. And we will on Saturday night. Thank you very much, everyone who followed, biddied, rated, subbed, lurked for a bit, put up with my bullshit here the entire time. You all continue to contribute to the ongoing success of this shit show we call the Pib Show. Thank you very much for stopping by, and we'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. I'll have to crop that emote, because if there's even a hint of boob on it, someone at Twitch pops a chub, and I'm not allowed to have it anymore. See you later, folks. Mwah.